Hello? Hello. All right, good morning, distant learners. Hopefully you're doing well. Okay, the camera's trying to focus in. Okay, we don't have a lesson today in Bible. Okay, all we have is that quiz. I emailed it to all of you. If you did not receive it, message me. Let me know. I can send it again. Okay, that will be due today. Make sure. Okay, a lot of you just usually message me all your work. That's perfect. I actually prefer that, but I know some of you come in on Fridays and turn everything in. Make sure you turn it in. Okay, I don't want us to finish this grading period with getting zeros. Okay, get that grade back up, turn everything in. If you guys have any questions, let me know. But again, all we have is that Bible quiz. Check your emails. I did send it to all of you that are distant learning, and we will be taking that this hour and see you back in government. Again, if you did not get it, let me know. I will send it again. Okay, before we take the quiz, though, we will pray, and then we will take that quiz. Any prayer requests? Unspoken? Your grandfather today, right? Today he has that surgery for Emma, and then her grandmother's still recovering, and then I have mine spoken as well. It's not really getting better for my friend, so it's just going to have to keep on going against the grind. But we'll pray for that, and hopefully those who aren't here will get here safely, and we'll have a good Friday, Extended weekend. No school on Monday. I'm pretty sure. I don't think they announced it, to be honest. But there is no school on Monday. I mean, I'm not coming, even if there is school. They told me there's no school. So if they forget and they come, that's on them. All right, but yes, there is no school on Monday, as far as I believe, unless they text me or email me and say, hey, we're still having school. I'll be like, I'm revolting. All right, the 11th to 12th grade, we are revolting. All right, Esther just got here, but we're going to pray and then take that quiz. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for the beautiful weather you've given us this week, Lord. It is one blessing to live in California, Lord, the weather. As where I'm from in Michigan, it's probably 20, 30 degrees right now. And it was about 60 or 70 degrees this morning. So thank you so much for the sun and for the blessing of warm weather. Thank you for all the students that are here, Lord. Please continue to protect them, give them safety at school, at work, whatever they do during the week and on weekends, Lord. Allow them to be able to finish out this week strong with whatever quizzes or homework they may have, and allow them to finish the grading period. There's only a few more weeks. Allow them to get those grades up if they're low, keep their grades high if they're good. Please help the distant learners as well to make sure they're staying on top of it. Please help all the students that aren't here yet for them to be able to get here safely. Whatever, if they're running late or if something's going on, Lord, keep them safe as well. Please help Kylie's unspoken, Lord, as you know all of our hearts and all of our thoughts, Lord. Please help her with that situation. Please help whoever it may deal with, Lord. Give her wisdom and strength and peace through whatever it may be. Please help my unspoken as well, Lord. My friend, you know what's going on. Please help make that situation dissolve and however you want it to end up for it to work out that way. Also, please help Emma's grandmother, Lord, as she's still recovering. Allow her to have strength in her recovery and for it to be quickly. And also, please help her grandfather. Today he has that surgery. Guide the doctors through the procedures. Help her grandfather have strength through the procedures, Lord. Please help all these students on their quiz they have today in Bible and any other quizzes they may have throughout the day. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. All right, again, we have that quiz. Okay, thank you for throwing your name in there. Ian, I can send you that quiz. Okay, make sure you throw your name in the chat so I can know you're here. Tori, I see you on the stream as well, so I'll mark you guys as present. Okay, Tori, you can take the quiz on Tuesday when you get back to school. That works. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Let me know if you have any questions. We will see you next hour. correct? Where is the HDMI cord? That's not it. It is. All right, some of the stuff we are going to be talking about today will be on the quiz that we will most likely have on Tuesday. Who knows, I might feel generous and allow you to have that on Wednesday, so you don't have a quiz right after that long break. Hello, hello. Hello? Hello? Alright, that seems very weak. Hello? There we go, that's a little bit better. Hope you guys are doing well. Ian, I sent you that quiz. Make sure you guys get all your stuff turned in. Okay, we had homework and government as well, so make sure you're getting that turned in. Okay, zeros can add up, and they can really affect your grade. Today we are going to start talking about some of these things pertaining into counties or the areas of our different states. Okay, so note number 78, I believe we are on, yes? Yes. Is everyone okay today? No. Like, we started off good with the quiz, and now it's like we zoned out. Make sure everything's put away. Kylie, the game away. I know how addicting I'm sure it is. All right. Starting up with counties. The largest unit of the local government in most states is the county. Okay. Countries or counties, not countries. Counties. Not countries. Counties exist in every state except Rhode Island. Another one? Where? Where? That's how you spell it. I'm pretty sure that's how you spell Louisiana. Ah, I thought she was talking. My bad. I was lost. Yes, ma'am. Oh no. After class. After class. All right, so these counties, sorry, not countries. Counties exist in every state except Rhode Island and Connecticut. Okay, one reason for that is, why do you think? Why don't Rhode Island and Connecticut have counties? Exactly, they're so small. Okay, there's no reason to split it up into counties, okay, because it's so small. Okay, in Louisiana, counties are called parishes. Okay, in Alaska, they're called boroughs. You need to know that. Okay, every other state, their counties, for some reason, Louisiana and Alaska are special. Okay, Louisiana calls it parishes. Alaska call their counties boroughs. Okay, the county reflects America's British heritage. Okay, since they had served an important wow, I am struggling. I think that's the wrong word as well. Wow. The county reflects America's British heritage since they had served as important units. No, it is right. I just can't speak. Of local governments in England. Okay, when America's first started, it said unites. That's not right, right? It's supposed to be units, right? Oh, Mr. Coral. Struggling, I guess, in this one. All right, units of local government in England. When America's first started, right, we're small areas, smaller lands, not as many people. Okay, so we see these counties were basically the beginning of our nation. Okay, things that pertain in counties today. Okay, we're going to be talking about a lot of positions, a lot of groups of people. Okay, so try to follow along your best. It's not going to be a super thrilling lesson as some aren't in this class. Okay, but we do have a lot of people and things to learn. Okay, first we have a county seat. The county seat. Okay, this is the city in which a county government has its headquarters. County offices are usually housed in a county courthouse or county building. Okay, that's pretty common sense. But this county seat basically hey, it's the headquarters of the county, and all the people that work in the county or for the county go to work here. Okay, the buildings can look something like this. Okay, obviously they're like an extravagant, like a mini capital type building, like capital for your different states. Okay, in recent decades, as rural and suburban areas have become more heavily populated, many counties have taken on functions usually handled by the cities. Okay, these functions provide, or they often provide these things. Okay, water and sewage systems, fire protection, medical services, airports and mass transit systems. So buses, sometimes subway, train, not the restaurants. Okay, and recreational facilities. Again, we're talking about these counties. Okay, we've talked about up to this point all the different main things of the states, the differences between federal and similarities between federal and state government. Okay, now we're talking about a little bit more narrowed down, zoomed in to the state, these counties. Okay, in each county, okay, you have what's called a county board. A county board. Okay, this is popularly elected governing body of, why do I keep on putting country? My goodness. County. That's frustrating. Okay, body of a county. Okay, it may be classified as one of two types. Okay, so these county boards in these different counties can be classified as one of these two things. Okay, it can either be a board of commissioners, which usually consists of 3 to 7 members who are elected specifically to this body in no other public office, or a board of supervisors, okay, which consists of 12 to 50 members. It may be up to 100, bless you. They are elected to represent townships and usually hold a township office as well as county office. Okay, so again, we see the difference of elected with a public office or no public office. Okay, some main roles and positions we see in each county. Okay, we have sheriffs. Okay, sheriff. Sheriffs, obviously, we should know most of these. Okay, that's why we're going to go through them quickly. But sheriff provides police protection for rural areas. Okay, so for their different cities or towns, just like we have the Beaumont Sheriff. I believe we have the Banning Sheriffs, which is like, right, it's like down this way, left, and then down, right, towards Main Street. Okay, these people supervise the, oh my goodness, I'm going to destroy my slides. I'm just going to leave it right now. County Jail and detention facilities. Okay, they also carry out the orders of local courts in many counties. He even serves as the tax collector. Okay, if tax is due, okay, or you haven't paid your taxes, or something like that, or mortgage or something, okay, sometimes they are the ones that go and deal with this. Okay, we have the, I swear, do I just type country every single time? It's going to be a long day for me. It's not a good sign. Okay, county assessor. Okay, these are the man, this is Riverside's, okay, because we're in Riverside County. Okay, this is Riverside's actual county assessor. Okay, he appraises taxable property within the county to determine the property tax that the county residents will pay. Okay, don't ask me his name. I don't know it. The little kids outside, they are very loud today, that's for sure. Okay, we also have the treasurer, just like we have it in federal. Okay, we do have it in our states and our different counties. Okay, treasurer. Okay, this is the one that receives taxes. This is also Riverside's treasurer. So if you didn't know what he looked like, there he is. Okay, he receives taxes and fees acts on the caretaker of the county funds and makes authorized payments from the county treasury. Again, I told you this is a little bit more boring lesson. Okay, it's just a lot of information, but we do need to know it. Okay, we have an auditor. An auditor. Okay, this is the one that supervises the county's financial records and authorizes the spending of county funds. Okay, they're going to work a little bit with the treasurer. Okay, you guys, all these things we're going through for these ones, okay, you don't need to know them all word for word. Okay, they're not all going to be on quiz or test, but we do need to be familiar with them. Okay, some of the main ones, like those beginning ones that had pictures, okay, but we're going to go through a lot more, just so you know. Okay, just write the note down, be familiar with it. You don't need to know them perfectly. Okay, we have a clerk, or also known as a recorder. Okay, they are the one that maintains county records and issues various kinds of licenses. He also supervises elections within the county and may serve as secretary to the county board and or as clerk of the courts. It's good to see Ellie, Jake, Tori, Ian, Grace. We're missing the Christians for government class. Make sure you throw your name back in the chat so I can know you are here. Are there a lot of blanks for these ones or no? Alright. Just let me know. If I'm going too quick, just let me know. Okay, we have the prosecuting attorney. Okay, also known as the district attorney or state attorney. Okay, we've heard this one before. Okay, he conducts criminal investigations and prosecutes cases tried in local courts. Okay, just like we have it for state and large areas, we do have it for smaller towns and counties. Okay, just like we have a prosecutor that deals with these cases and criminal investigations. Okay, if they ever find a dead body, we have a who deals with dead bodies. You guys know? You guys know? Not quite. Someone say it. There it is. Coroner. Good job. Okay, I was hoping someone watched some investigation shows or something, some TV show. Okay, a coroner. Okay, these are the people that investigate the cause of death when people have died under unknown or unusual circumstances. Okay, so whether a murder, whether they died from something, again, unusual, random, you find a body, they find out how he died, then they'll have their case. So these people will work with the prosecutor. In recent years, some counties have replaced the elected coroner by appointing the highly trained county medical examiner. Okay, they are two different roles, okay, but sometimes they can be one and the same. Okay, we have superintendent of schools. Okay, basically these are the ones that are working within the counties to improve all their county schools. Yes. Okay, superintendent of schools, they head the administration of all or some of the public elementary and secondary schools in the county. Okay, many cities and towns maintain separate school systems. In some areas, the county school superintendent is appointed rather than elected. Okay, so sometimes this isn't an elected official. Maybe it's a principal of one school that just is very exemplary. I cannot talk today. Okay, very good. I'll just say that. Okay, they're very good. And they're like, hey, we want you to kind of run this, improve all of our school systems, be the head of this. Okay, so that can happen as well. Okay, many counties have restructured their government to include a chief executive. Okay, the elected chief executive is usually known as the county president or county supervisor. Okay, common sense, chief executive, the one that holds or is the most power in their county. The last say, maybe this is the one that will report to a higher official of the state or go to special meetings. Everyone good with this one? Okay, some counties have what is called a county manager plan. Okay, county manager plan is a plan when the county boards hire a professional county manager or executive who is highly trained in his field. The elected county board serves as the legislative and policy-making branch of county government. Okay, again, this is the same idea as federal government, the people that run it, and then you have state government. It's just on a smaller scale. Okay, some counties do have variations of county managers or manager plans that we just mentioned. Okay, they're called county administrator plans. Okay, when they have different variations or different kinds of county manager plans, they're called county administrator plans. Again, all these notes, okay, that we're doing today, like the ones that we're just flying through right now, you don't need to know word for word, okay, but you might need to be familiar with some of them. But we will review, you'll know which ones you need to know. Okay, the most important unit, okay, just like we talked about, okay, what is a county? First thing we did today, note number like 79 or 80. Basically an area of what? What is a county? It was the first note we did today. I think it was like note number 79 or 80. What? Largest unit of local government. Okay, so we have the largest one is a county. The most important one, okay, certainly in New England and the East Coast, is a town. The most important unit of local government is, or in New England, is the town. Okay, the smaller towns. Each town generally includes all of, not faux, of, okay, of the urban and rural territory within its borders. Okay, outside of the New England, such a jurisdiction is called a township. Okay, just like we have our towns here. You have Banning, Beaumont, Redlands. Okay, these different areas. You okay back there now? Make sure you have your masks on. Don't want you to hack a lung out. Do you need to get some water? Do you have some water? I should ask. Alright, so no, the largest one is a what? County. The most important unit of local government is a town. Okay, know those. Those ones are important. Okay, a town meeting. A town meeting is a unique feature of traditional town growth, or government, sorry, not growth, government. It is an example of direct democracy. Okay, assembled citizens discuss, debate, and vote on such matters of taxes and local ordinances, just like we have here in Banning, I believe. You have like a mayor. You have maybe a small council type board. Okay, usually larger the city or larger the town. Okay, the bigger the board. For these type of voting things, the smaller the town, the less officials you have. Okay, so like stuff like, usually like water, you usually have someone that, you know how people always put like the posts, like their name and these little things they put in the ground. Okay, you usually have it for like water, for, I don't know, all sorts of different stuff. And they try to be on this board to improve their town. Yep. Yep. Those are like the usual ones. Water's a big one. Okay, they all try to get on this board and then move up the chain. Okay, but those signs that you see in people's lawns or on the corner when you see like all of them, like a whole bunch of different names, okay, this is what they're trying to become of in this small board for their town and maybe grow their, grow their public affairs name out there, get it out there. Okay, between town meetings and administrative matters are handled by a popularly elected board of select men or women. Okay, somewhat comparable to a county board. Okay, it's similar, these town meetings, but not quite the same. Obviously, it's the same thing, just smaller. Like Riverside County, the board that would meet is the same thing as like the Banning County, just smaller scale, dealing with their smaller town compared to the county. Same thing as the state is larger than the town. As early American settlers moved into the Midwest, okay, that's where I'm from, they developed the township system of local government, which resembled New England town government, but differed in form. Okay, we're going to see how it differed. Okay, because remember, America started where? Started way out in the east. Okay, like Maine, Pennsylvania, all the states on the east. Okay, so we see as people moved, okay, through the Midwest, and obviously now all the way out here in California, the West, okay, we are going to see some difference. Okay, various terms are applied to American municipal, I cannot talk today, municipalities, okay, and the use of the term varies from place to place. Okay, smaller municipalities are often called towns and are sometimes called villages or boroughs. Again, where are places called boroughs? Alaska, good. Good job, Noah. Okay, the larger the municipalities are called cities. Okay, basically where people live. Okay, pretty common sense. They started out as towns. As they moved towards the Midwest, they became villages. Okay, in Alaska, they're known as boroughs. The larger these towns or villages, they became cities that we have today. Okay, a municipality is incorporated, meaning that it has been designated as a legal governmental organization with certain rights and responsibilities. Okay, just a little bit longer. Again, I'm flying through these, I know. It's because you guys don't need to know every single one of them. I've tried to highlight the ones you need to know a little bit more. Everyone good on this one? Okay. Some small communities are unincorporated. Such communities have no government of their own. They are usually under the jurisdiction of a county. Okay, so you don't really see this quite as much in California because there's a higher population. Okay, but when a town, or back in the day when they were called villages, when some place was so small, okay, they wouldn't usually have their own board. Okay, they would kind of just be like engulfed either into a larger town or just into the county, and the county would deal with this small place. Obviously, California, like I said, population's higher in most places, so you don't usually see this. Okay, a state incorporates a city by granting it a city charter. Okay, you need to know what a city charter is. A city charter is a legal document granted by the state which outlines a form of government for the city. Okay, so if you want to underline that or know that term, a city charter is a legal document granted by the state which outlines a form of government for the city. Okay, so we've talked about the largest form of local government, right? What is it? Which one is the largest? County. Okay, we talked about the most important, which is a town, or we talked about the township. Okay, now we're going to talk about the oldest and most widely used form of city government. Okay, the oldest and most widely used form of city government is the mayor-council form. The mayor-council form. Okay, this is where the members of the city council are popularly elected, often at large, but sometimes by wards or districts. Okay, wards just means districts. It's another term for it. A few cities use the commission form of government, okay, which elects commissioners head the city government, or to head the city government. Okay, collectively, they sit as a city council determining a city budget and passing ordinances. Individually, they head the major departments of city government: police, fire, public works, public welfare, and so on and so forth. Okay, in some cities, one of the commissioners is designated to serve as mayor. In addition to heading a department, he presides over the council meetings and has no additional authority. Okay, we see this in legislative and executive powers are combined in one body. Today, only about 150 cities in the entire country are the commission form. Okay, obviously it's not quite a scene because we have a lot more than 150 cities in our country. Okay, this brings us to the term the council manager form of government. We need to know this. Okay, certainly living in California, this definitely applies. Okay, the council manager form of government, which is essentially a modification of that oldest form, which is the mayor-council form. Okay, this tends to be favorite of cities with populations between 10 and 500,000. Okay, they use this form of government, a council manager form of government. Okay, under this system, voters elect members of a city council, usually at large and on a nonpartisan basis. Okay, the council serves as the legislative policy-making branch of government. A city council, in turn, appoints a city manager to oversee the administration of city government. The manager, who is usually a trained professional, is given broad executive powers. He appoints and directs heads of city departments and usually plans the city's budget and oversees the expenditure of funds. Okay, so we see this used in larger cities. Okay, city governments primarily provide services to those who live within their jurisdiction. Okay, that's pretty common sense. Okay, your county or your city, if they make these rules or they're a little bit different, it's not applied to everyone. It's obviously just applied to their area that they have jurisdiction over. Okay, we're almost done. Thank you for bearing with me with this boring lesson. Okay, just a few more. Okay, today, nearly all cities have made some provisions for planning future expansions and development. Most have what is called a planning agency. A planning agency. Okay, this is usually called a planning commission. Okay, that'll be easy to remember. Okay, what is a planning agency or planning commission? Those who plan. Pretty easy. I think a 6th grader could remember that one. Okay, we only have a few more again, so let's finish them. And then we only have the remaining questions on that section review for homework. Okay, zoning. This is our last notes. This will be on our quiz next week. Okay, zoning. Okay, this is the dividing of a city into numerous zones and regulating the use of property in each zone. Ordinarily, all the land within a city is placed in one of 3 main kinds of zone. Okay, so first know what zoning is. Okay, the first part of that term. Okay, and there's 3 kinds of zones in this zoning. Okay, first we have residential. Okay, this is where people live. Pretty common sense, right? We know what residential means. Residence, where people live. Okay, then you have commercial. Okay, what does that mean? Okay, businesses. Okay, just like in Beaumont, you see the area with all the businesses, Walmart, Best Buy, all the other stuff down there, restaurants, food places. Okay, and then you have industrial. Okay, so like larger factories, bigger workplaces. Does that make sense? Okay, in a city, we see all these boards we've talked about. Okay, the city government, they do this forming called zoning. Okay, and these are like the 3 main areas that they split their cities and counties in. Okay, you have residential, commercial, and industrial. All right, give yourself a applaud of hands as we got through this long but boring lesson. Okay, and you did not even fall asleep. Look at that, Emma. You didn't even fall asleep. I know. When I was doing this, I was like, man, there's no way to liven this up. Okay, so I was trying to get through it quickly. Okay, we will have a quiz over this. All right, because we have an extended break, okay, I want you guys to be able to enjoy that break, not worry about it. We will move that quiz to Wednesday. Okay, although just be ready, it will be over stuff from this week. We will review on Tuesday. I don't really think it's worth reviewing more again today. We already reviewed a little bit yesterday. We'll review more on Tuesday quickly at the end of the lesson, and then we will have that quiz Wednesday. Does that sound good? Okay, homework for tonight is page 213. Section 5 review, the remaining questions, 5 through 8. Okay, that's 4 questions. It shouldn't be too hard. Okay, some of the notes that we took today will help you with those questions. Okay, obviously the book has all the answers as well. Okay, again, distant learners, we have homework is page 213. Section 5 review, 5 through 8, all. Okay, if you have any questions, let me know. Make sure you're turning in that stuff that is due today. I won't be here till late, so you can't turn it into me. We have a game today, so I'll be getting back around 6 or 6:30. But you can drop it by the office and have them put it in my box. Hopefully you guys are all doing well. We will see you next week on Tuesday. Have a good weekend.
All right, welcome to chemistry. Sorry about the delayed start. We had a technical issue in junior high. Let's just say it's been a very eventful morning for me. So we're going to get started. We're in 12.2. Please get in your textbooks to page 203 and in your supplements to page 104. This is a benevolent dictatorship, okay? Let's just get that out of the way now. Democracy is not a thing in this room. Look, you guys had an extra 10 minutes today. I don't want to hear it. Oh, goodness, 15 by the time I was done with my story. All right, so here we go. Page 203 in the text, page 104 in the supplement. We're talking about the behavior of solutions. Yesterday we introduced the term solutions and colloids. We haven't really discussed colloids much other than to tell you it's stuff suspended and other stuff. Really right now we're focusing on solutions. What else do you want me to do? There's a lot of cases there. All right, so, but what we need to talk about now is what happens when stuff is going into or out of solution, okay? So here's how this works, okay? First of all, well, let me put it this way. When crystals of a substance such as table salt are first placed into water, many of the particles leave the surfaces of the crystal and go into the solution. As the number of particles in solution increases, the number that collide with the surfaces of the undissolved crystals and remain there also increases, and this is called crystallization. This is what happens if a crystal forms out of solution. Excuse me. So for example, yesterday I think I was talking about the simple syrup we made at work, okay? That's what was happening, was instant crystallization of the sugar, okay? So you had to be really careful not to accidentally cause that. And then, like, on top of that, then the next morning, you had to be really careful as you put it out on the line, so it would be correct. Anyway, so it was very interesting. If there is sufficient solute present, eventually the rate of crystallization becomes equal to the rate of dissolution, and the amount of undissolved solid remains constant. A condition called solution equilibrium exists. In other words, by the way, I don't know if I've shown this symbol in class yet. That is a double-sided arrow. Basically means the reaction happens forward and backward. I don't think I've handled reversible things in here yet, have I? No. Okay, so that's the short version. Okay, but I haven't really gone through it. Okay, same thing here. You don't need to know much about it other than it goes backward and forward. Okay, hence the double-sided arrow. So it heads toward crystallization. It heads toward dissolution, dissolving. Okay, it goes both ways until finally it's all equal, and you can't dissolve anymore. So if you've ever had that little bit of sugar that won't dissolve, that's what's happening. Okay, is you've hit equilibrium. However, since the crystallization and dissolution are always happening, though at equal rates, so they offset each other, the system is in a state of what we call dynamic equilibrium. All right? Basically, they're both still happening, but they're zeroing out. Okay, does that make sense? So it's still dissolving, it's still crystallizing the whole time. It didn't stop dissolving. It just looks like it has. Does that make sense? It's a technicality, but it's an important one in chemistry. Mm-hmm. It's always going whenever you have a solution like this. Now, a solution that contains all the solute possible under equilibrium conditions at given temperature is called saturated. Here's where the terms are that I was talking about yesterday. So once you can't dissolve anymore, we call that a saturated solution. For example, if you poured in that sugar too early, I was talking about, I'm going to keep using that example because I'm really familiar with it. I've had to do it a lot. But if you poured in the sugar too early, you would hit a saturation point, and you would just keep the sugar moving long enough until the water boiled, because otherwise it would burn, and then that whole batch was gone, and you just wasted 50 pounds of sugar. Good luck explaining that one to your boss. Okay, so, yeah, no. All right, solubility is the amount of solute present in the saturated solution. So we can say that it has this much solute in there. Sometimes given as a percent, sometimes grams per 100 grams. You can see that in page 203 of your text. Table 2.3, they give you the solubilities of several compounds in water. For example, Ag is silver, right? My mind's drawing a blank. Okay, so silver chloride has a solubility of 0.000194 grams per 100 grams of water. In other words, it's not soluble. However, silver, oh goodness, NO3, that's nitrate? Or is it nitrite? I have no memory. Nitrate? Okay. I couldn't remember which one it was. Anyway, that's extremely soluble in water. You can actually pour in more nitrate than you have water. You have 216 grams, right? Yeah. Per 100 grams of water, it'll still dissolve. Okay. So it's different for every substance. We have tables for a reason. Okay, because no one's going to remember all this. All right. Unsaturated is a solution that contains less solute than it could at equilibrium. Whoops, I should say then, not that. Than it could at equilibrium at a specific temperature. And then supersaturated, which is that syrup I was talking about yesterday. This is a solution that contains more solute than it could under equilibrium at that temperature. And when we say unstable, we're not kidding. That's what's happening there. At any moment, it could drop out and crystallize with just even the slightest start. So you had to be real careful. Nothing landed in the pan, like nothing. So that was fun until it was back on the warmer and would heat up a little. Then it was fine. But anyway, so there you go. That's supersaturated. Another example of supersaturated is honey. That's a supersaturation of sugar. So that's just another everyday example. I have a video. I don't remember what that's about. Oh, you see that on page 203. I can't do the animations on the iPad, and I'm stuck back down to that because, again, issues. So basically that animation is just showing page 203, figure 12.4. If you have a supersaturated solution, it can look completely clear. You bump it just right, and instantly crystals form in it, and it completely changes color, everything. I've seen it like once, and let's just say I'm glad I wasn't the one who did it. All right, moving on. Henry's Law. Before I get into this definition, though, let's talk about it. The solubility of a liquid or solid solutes, in liquid solvents is virtually unaffected by ordinary pressure changes. In addition, since all gaseous mixtures are totally miscible solutions, pressure has no effect on gas and gas solubility. However, the solubility of gas in a liquid completely depends on pressure. Gas molecules in contact with the liquid can collide with molecules at its surface and become solvated, much as solutes do. Try saying that 10 times fast. Don't really. The number of collisions by gas molecules is related to the partial pressure of the particular gas being considered. Initially, more gas molecules will enter the solution than will escape, but eventually a dynamic equilibrium is established with the same number of molecules leaving as entering the solution. Henry's law states that at a given temperature, the equilibrium concentration of a dissolved gas is directly proportional to the partial pressure of that gas. In other words, the higher the partial pressure of a gas, the greater the solubility of the gas at a given temperature. This law also applies to each gas in a mixture of gases in air. And again, solids and liquids don't really change a whole lot. All right. One other thing I want to mention here, just briefly, is this is why it's not advisable to open a bottle of pop at your face. Okay? It sounds weird, but Dr. Pepper especially has a warning on the label because it's under such high pressure. In order to keep carbon dioxide dissolved in the liquid, they have to pressurize the bottle, which is why soda will explode if you shake it. Anyway, Dr. Pepper is actually so much so that it's actually like had the cap like still sealed pop off before at someone. So like that one was a faulty, like it wasn't on there right. But anyway, so like that's what Dr. Pepper especially has that warning of contents under pressure. Most soda bottles now will have it, but that's just to cover their butts. It's mostly Dr. Pepper that's the worst one. But all of them are pressurized to a degree. That's that hiss when you first open it. That's the pressurized carbon dioxide at the top leaking out. So there, you'll notice there's a gap of air at the top of all the bottles. That's why. It's because they got to keep it pressurized so the gas stays dissolved, so it's still bubbly by the time it gets to you. Anyway, so that's what that's for. Let's see here. I'll talk about that more later. Let me see here. Yeah, I can't do that either. If you add pressure, we can increase the percentage of gas molecules dissolved. Okay, that's basically it. The solubilities of gases decrease with increasing temperature. The solubilities of solids increase with increasing temperature. Okay, because it's easier to absorb a solid when it's warm. It's harder to dissolve a gas when it's warm because the gas wants to be free. Okay, does that make sense? Whereas solid is moving toward liquid state at that point. It doesn't have to become liquid. It's already headed there, so it's not as hard. The main takeaway from this one is, again, that's why syrup and stuff has to be heated up to get the dissolving to work right. But in the case of gases, this is why, if you've ever noticed, things foam more when you open pop and it's warm. That's why. It's harder to keep the gas dissolved. So yes, it's still under pressure, but it's warmer, so it's not going to be dissolved as much, so a lot of that gas is going to try to escape suddenly. So that's why you have more chances of it exploding. You'll notice with colder pop, it's not as big a problem. Okay? This is why the same is true when it's hitting ice. If a friend is pouring you, this is a hypothetical scenario, but let's say a friend has one cold, one hot, and they're pouring them both over ice. Look at which one foams more. You want the other one, because that one started out cold, and you end up with less water in your drink. Anyway, for whatever it's worth. That's why it's also worth it, even if you're going to ice your drink, to keep it cold in the first place, especially with pop. Other drinks, not so much, but especially with pop. It's not just that it waters it down, although it does do that. It's the fact that a lot of the fizz escapes, so you won't get as much carbonation. Anywho. Oh, yeah. It's for that reason, I actually don't buy 2 liters. Unless it's like a big gathering. Like, for me personally, I'll do cans. Because once you release the pressure, you're on a ticking time clock. So if I don't finish a 2 liter fast enough, by the end it's flat. You know what I mean? So, well, by fast enough, I mean within like a week. But like, it happens. So like, I'll buy cans of pop so that way it's always fresh, and I keep the cans in the fridge so that way, because the whole reason I drink pop at night is for the carbonation, because digestion. For me personally, it's a big deal. But anyway, we're moving on. I have issues. We're moving on. All right. I lost my train of thought. It derailed. Yeah. You can see the solubility curves there in figure 12.6, also on the screen. There is a table of solubility as a function of temperature on page 205. A lot of the stuff is in tables, so if you're given a problem and they're kind of expecting you to know something, you're not expected to know. It means it's in a table somewhere, so you got to go back and look at it. Okay, so just mentioning that there, it's on page 205. The solution process in 12.1 may be divided into 3 steps, and we call this the enthalpy of a solution. So first of all, the solute particles must separate from the crystal. In doing this, it needs to absorb energy. So this is an endothermic process because it needs to leave that ordered arrangement. It's going to increase in entropy. That's not a problem, but it's going to need increase in energy in order to have that increased chaos, if you will. Then the solvent molecules move apart to make room for the solute particles that will enter the liquid environment. Again, this also requires energy. Things need to get out of the way, so it's going to absorb energy. But then step 3, the solvent and solute particles interact and attract each other, and this releases energy because it relieves that stress that was just created. So whether or not something will dissolve easily depends on, is it more endothermic or is it more exothermic? So we call this the enthalpy of solution. Okay, and yes, that is SOLN, because reasons. I don't know, I didn't do it. This is the total heat absorbed or released when one substance dissolves in another. It can be positive or negative. For most solids, it must be positive. You have to increase the energy in order to get it to work. For most gases, it's negative. You need to decrease the energy to get it to work, basically what we were just talking about. And page 205, most of the values are given there on table 12.5. Okay, but that will help you out with the values there. Oh man. All right, go to page 206 in your text. This is not in your supplement. I won't have a slide for it. I don't think. Nope. No, go backward. There we go. All right, and on there, we talk about practical applications of this, and that's really the instant hot and cold packs. And I've mentioned them before, but this enthalpy of solution is really what lets these things work. Practical use for negative and positive enthalpies of solution is in instant hot and cold packs. Used in the first aid treatment, there we go, of sprains and other injuries. They typically contain a dry chemical such as magnesium sulfate, calcium chloride, or ammonium nitrate, and a pouch of water inside the pack. You'll notice there's kind of a solid region in the middle of what feels like just water, and usually it is just water. When the pack is struck or squeezed, you'll hear that pop. Okay, that's going to let out let in the water more accurately. The temperature of that pack will either rise or fall depending on what chemical it contains and whether the solution process is exothermic or endothermic. For example, a pack containing 20 grams of calcium chloride and 100 grams of water at 20 degrees Celsius will rise in temperature to about 55 degrees Celsius when the pack is used. One containing 30 grams of sodium nitrate and 100 grams of water at 20 degrees will fall in temperature to about 0 degrees Celsius. Okay, and so this is what's in those sports packs that they can use on the sidelines without having to have a freezer with you at all times when you're playing sports, because that would be inconvenient. All right. Thus, an instant cold pack usually contains NH4NO3, while a single-use hot pack might contain CaCl2 or magnesium MgSO4. I forget the ending. All right. Reusable hot packs and long-lasting warmers are based upon different chemical principles than other hot packs. Most reusable hot packs contain supersaturated solutions of sodium acetate or sodium thiosulfate pentahydride. The heat released when the pack is activated is due to the heat of crystallization, and it may be recharged by heating it in a microwave to redissolve the chemical. So if you have a reusable hot pack, it's still chemistry happening, but it's reversible chemistry. Okay, so it will crystallize. That crystallization lets off heat. If you want to reset it, you can throw it in the microwave. Read the directions on the pack. Make sure that it's one of the ones you can do it with. Throw it in the microwave. It'll redissolve the crystal, and then as it reforms, you can get the benefit of that as well. Mitten and boot warmers generally use exothermic chemical reactions such as the slow oxidation of powdered ion in aqueous solution to generate heat for several hours. Okay, so there's plenty of practical concepts here, but that's as far as I want to go in this chapter before a 3-day weekend, because after this we're going to get into some math, okay, and I think we've got down the basics of solutions, so we need to talk about how much stuff is in how much stuff, and there's several different ways to measure that, so we're not going to do that yet. That's where I'm going to end it. Before I go, though, let me announce a couple of dates. All right. Dates are subject to change, to be very clear. Okay? Mostly because I don't know how long certain stuff is going to take me. All right, but there's no school on Monday, so just remember that. Friday of next week, so a week from today, your Chapter 12 homework will be due, and you will have Quiz 12. And then I anticipate Test 6. You're like, we just had a test. I'm aware. Oh, speaking of which, we can go over that with the last 5 minutes of class. Ha! I remembered. But the Test 6 will likely end up being Thursday, Friday of the following week because the other content we have to cover from Chapter 10. Make sense? All right, so just kind of giving you guys a heads up about those upcoming events. And I will see you guys next week. Distance learners, have a great day.
never wants to work on. Check 1, 2. There we go. All right, so we are going to be on page number 199, page 199. 7.4, 7.4. Sewing your own clothing. Okay? Now, I get that none of you in here are probably going to ever sew your own clothing. Okay? This is a fading trend. Back when this book was written, there was a lot more people that would sew their own clothing. But we do have a couple things in this chapter that we do need to go over. So, if you are going to sew your own clothing, there's stuff that you're going to need. You're going to need a sewing machine. You're going to need thread and needles, and elastic, and fasteners for whatever clothing you're making, whether it's buttons, zippers, tape, hooks, eyes, snaps, okay, all those different sewing notions. Now, the main thing in this chapter is the last sentence. The main thing in this section is the last sentence that says, when you're doing a pattern, okay, when you're making clothes, you're going to have a pattern that you're going to go and buy. And you need to, sometimes fabric is sold in meters. Sometimes it is sold in yards. So, if your pattern calls for a specific number of meters of fabric, you need to change that fabric to yards so that you can go and buy the correct amount. Okay? And your book gives that conversion. That conversion is there are 0.91 meters in every yard, or there are 1.09 yards in every meter. And that's on the very last sentence of section 7.4. And then the other thing that this covers is area. Area of a rectangle. Area of a rectangle, again, is A equals length times width. Length times width. That's the main concept of this section, is to be able to figure out area of a rectangle, which all of you have already done all that before, so I'm not going to spend too much time doing it. Your homework for tonight is going to be on page 200. We're going to use 1 through 11 for homework. Page 200, problems 1 through 11. If you're watching online, I will get that up in Google Classroom here in just a minute. But problems 1 through 11, it has you finding square inches and converting and using fractions for your conversions. Okay, so that's your homework for tonight. We will not be here on Monday. Monday is a holiday, so you guys have a good weekend, and we'll be back on Tuesday.
Hello. Hello. Yikes. Testing, testing. Hopefully this works. All right, guys, grammar books really quickly. Go to section 11. Section 11. For those of you in distant learning, please comment that you're here. And I will be sending out the vocab quiz in a minute. But let's go over section 11. Guys, section 11, please, in your vocab, or your, sorry, not vocab, grammar workbooks. Just talking about the correct use of pronouns, okay? Look at 11.1. Because different functions of pronouns require different forms, one must learn those distinctive forms and know how to use them, okay? 11.2, case is that form of a pronoun which marks its function in a sentence. There are 3 cases: nominative, objective, and possessive. You want to mark these 3. Kylie, I know you have a meeting. Can you just put your phone away? Sorry. Well, I'll hurry up. Yeah, no worries. I'll try to hurry so you can be out of here soon. Okay, and then 11.3. The following are the cases of personal pronouns and the relative or interrogative pronoun who. The nominative and objective cases of these pronouns are the ones often misused, the one for the other. So we'll look at those in a second, but look at the personal pronouns chart, okay? So there's 3 kinds of cases with personal pronouns. It is not personal, 3 kinds of cases with pronouns: nominative, objective, and possessive. Obviously, nominative, it's talking about I, you, he, she, it. Then objective is me, you, him, her. So nominative, we're going to see in like subjects, okay? Objective, we're going to see with objects, obviously. Possessive, that shows possession. We'll practice those in a second, okay? But let's first look at nominative case, okay? 11.4, nominative case pronouns are used as subjects or as predicate nominatives, okay? So not direct objects or indirect objects, just subjects and nominatives, okay? So these ones are nominative case. You want to know these ones. I, he, she, we, they, who, whoever, okay? Notice how it's not whomever, it's whoever. Okay, you and it are both in the nominative case and the objective case. The pronoun that is used as a predicate nominative will follow a form of the verb be. Am, is, are, was, were, be, being, been. Those are all going to be in the nominative cases. Okay, so for example, he and I will be in the library. Okay, or the winner will be he. So if it's a predicate nominative renaming the subject, then that's why it's used in the nominative case. Okay, in the predicate nominative. 11.5, a nominative case pronoun is used as the complement of an infinitive to be whenever the infinitive does not have a grammatical subject of its own. For example, he was thought to be I. You wouldn't say he was thought to be me because these are nominative cases. Objective case, we're just kind of giving an overview of these. Objective cases, pronouns, they're used as direct objects, indirect objects, and objects of the preposition. So that's pretty self-explanatory. Objective cases are used with objects. Okay, so direct, indirect, and then objects of the preposition. So with objective cases, it's me, him, her, us, them, whom, and whomever. Okay, those are all objective cases. So we'll practice those. And then the possessive case, these are showing ownership or relationship. So these would be my, your, her, our, their, all of those. Then mine, yours, hers, all of those would be part of the possessive case. Okay? So these are the 3 kinds. I want you to study these and know these. Nominative case, it will help you. I, he, she, we, they, who, whoever. You want to know part of the nominative case. Objective, me, you, him, her, all of those. And then possessive, you just need to know those are ownership. Okay, so we'll practice those. But that's just an intro to using pronouns. So obviously we've been talking about verbs, and then the different kinds of verbs, and then the conjugations of verbs and the tenses. So let's moving on to pronouns. Okay, so that is our new section. But go ahead and clear your desk for our vocab quiz. I'll give you a few minutes to study. If you want to take it right away, you can come and get it. I know Kylie's trying to get out of here soon. But those of you in distance learning, I'm going to send it to you and we'll be done with this class, okay? And then please turn in your vocab quiz by the end of today.